Hello! Happy Tuesday! I'm so freaking late today, I'm sorry. But we're here. Welcome in, everybody. So last week, we kind of went on a rampage, getting things upgraded to Tier 2 machines and getting 2 prod modules. So we've got a bunch of work that we've done here, although we're missing some chemical plants to finish this. I just didn't make enough. I miscounted or something. We also did it for for some of our circuit stuff. Some of the circuit stuff, we're still waiting on the tech to be able to upgrade all these to Tier 2 machines. But like over here, for Mech Parts 1, all of this is Tier 2 machines with 2 prod modules now. And it's still blocked on antimony, but that's a different problem. So that's been kind of the project. I spent a little bit of time at the end of last stream working on getting the to-do list figured out, which we do have a to-do list now. I also spent a little bit of time between streams looking at YAFC, as I sometimes do. I think... What did I look at besides... I thought there was something else that I looked at, and now I don't remember what it was. But one of the things that I was looking at was the fuel for Mark II trains, so we can start thinking about that upgrade. And I realized that previously I had this set for like 3 belts of fuel oil canisters, but 2 belts is actually plenty to run the whole base off of. But the other thing that we're gonna need is... I was thinking about liquid fuel for the rest of the base. And right now, we can run the whole base, or we could run the whole base on about 1,000 fuel oil. I went through and I looked at all of the tabs that use liquid fuels, and I figured that out off camera. So a build like this, where we have, if we want to, you know, the capability to add a few more barreling machines, or to just have lots and lots of fuel oil available as a liquid fuel, we could migrate the whole base away from random fuels. There are places where we are currently, I think, relying on the fact that certain things get burned as fuels to be their sinks. So we're going to have to look into having overflows for some of those things and burning them down to flue gas, etc. But that's not a huge deal for us to try to figure out, I don't think. You know, I'm thinking like petroleum gas and things like that, right? Where we might want to not be blocked on them. But obviously, if we tried to do this build without Tier 2 machines, it would be fantastically huge. This is already pretty fantastically huge, I'm not going to lie. So, like, you know, we're making over a belt of moondrop seeds here, right? Like, it gets real silly. We probably actually should do, like, here, sorry, let me just, that way these have their moondrop seeds kind of separated. You can see how many machines each of these need for their moondrop seeds and kind of what that looks like. Yeah, just 1 for the methane and 7 here. It's 8 machines either way. I guess if we went on to a red belt, we could just split off a yellow belt that goes to methane, and then the rest of it would just go to moondrop seeds from 8 machines. So maybe we do just keep it. Whoops. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Wait, how did we end up with... Did I have something not linked before? I feel like this is showing way more nurseries than I thought we needed. No, I guess this was right. 34.7. What was... Oh, I didn't account for the seeds that loop back around to these moondrop greenhouses. Duh. That was the issue. Okay. I am an idiot. Understood. But yeah, all of this requires also scaling up Yotoi, because we need a little bit of Yotoi for the iron-enriched biomass. That I looked at over here. This is what we have currently. I don't know why I rolled back my changes. But, like, if we look at doubling the number of machines and switching over to tier 2 machines, which will unlock at the same time that we get the tier 2 moondrop machines, we can get this up to almost 1 a second pretty easily, and that would be the build here. So that's what I'm looking at for this. I think there would be some other refactors necessary. We'll have to find sinks for things, but being able to switch everything over to fuel oil is real tempting. I assume the fuel oil is what people mean when they say kerosene drops, even though... it's fuel oil, not kerosene. So yeah, this is a big build, obviously. You know, we're looking at 120-ish moondrop greenhouses and other things. But it's a huge amount of fuel, and it's... I mean, it's not quite ZI, but, like, the amount of carbon dioxide and hydrogen in is minimal, right? The amount of tailings in is just not that bad. We make that much tailings, no problem. Like, how much tar quenching is that? Yeah, half a quenching tower's worth of tailings. Like, that's not a problem. We could even do the CO2 on site if we really wanted to, actually. We have CO2 drops. So if we were feeling spicy, yeah, it's only 4 machines. Do it on site, 1 less input. So, you know, effectively turning 350 megawatts plus a little bit of hydrogen and tailings into 2,000 times 0.8, whatever that is, 1.6 megajoules of No. 1.6 gigajoules. Sorry. There we go. This would be a... The oil power plant can run on fuel oil. Interesting. So if we wanted to have this run itself, and I don't necessarily want this, and I don't know if this would probably be worse than trying to just keep expanding biomass, but for the sake of curiosity. Yeah. 15 of that 2,000 fuel oil a second is what this would use to power itself. Okay. So we could also use this for base power, but I think it's going to end up being a bigger build than our biomass, and it's nice to have the way the biomass power works kind of sorted. So this was something I was thinking about, and again, I'm not sure. We're gonna break things if we do this, and it's gonna take time for us to migrate the whole system over to fuel oil instead of whatever other fuels are being put on the network. But in theory, what we can do is we can put fuel oil as like, if we put big enough tanks on the station, then fuel oil will always show up as the highest priority fuel. And then we can look at, what's backing up in the fuel network and start removing those things from the system. And at the same time, for new fuel builds, we can be... Maybe it's not worth it to try to do it that way. Maybe it's better to just find all the old fuel stations and rip them out all at once. Either way, this is a big build, and we're not doing this right away. For now, what we can work on is... Let's just start working through the to-do list. Let's get some things done. Tier 2 chemical plants for niobium. Do I have some of these in my inventory? I have 4. How many do I need? I don't actually know if that number is correct. Let's go over... Let me double check in YAFC. Niobium plate. Yeah, we need 7, and I have 4. So we need 3 more. Did I request the bots start making those already? There's 6 of them here. I don't know what 6 chemical plants would be for other than this. Those might be for something else, but I didn't label them.
Hello.
Howdy! Sorry, my thing didn't ping when you messaged. Why is Chatty not pinging at me? Let's try that. Maybe I fixed it. What was that? Smelter stage 2. Alright, so that gives us... Here, let's just delete this intermediate task. We can do all of these things with our current tech. Kedavin's more stuff got updated for 2.0. I don't know if I know that one. Oh, I do remember this one. Cool. That's fun that that's on 2.0 now. Sorry, I just had to Google that quickly to refresh my memory. Yeah, I guess B and A are all like fully updated now, so what's the next thing on the to-do list? Double wax. Let's grab the machines for that as well, so we don't have to come all the way back here. We can do two things. We'll have to grab bees, but I'm sure I can find bees somewhere. I need to make a document for myself of like mods and potential things to poke at when I'm feeling burned out on Pi. Especially now that so much stuff has finally been updated to 2.0. All right, let me double check that wax won't need... Nope, we don't need any modules other than... Other than the bees. Okay. Where are the bees? The bees are here. Wax is all the way down here. There is really no good route to hit both of those places. We're kind of all over the place on the map, unfortunately. Is it this one or the next one? We can take this one. All right, bees are here. Hopefully I can get a couple stacks of them. Almost. And to get to wax from here, I guess we go east and then all the way south and across. I think that's going to be fastest. All right, so this is going to take a little bit of refactoring. This part we can just duplicate. I think I decided we could fit 8 here. Yeah. So that's not a problem. But up here is going to be a problem. We can't fit 12 of these in a row. So this whole thing kind of has to move. I mean, honestly, we do it like here. And then swap all the in and out directions. So now we can do... Let's actually do the top one out. And the bottom one in. That'll just be a little bit easier. Yeah, our total input and output on all these is fairly low, so it's not going to be a problem with gray inserters versus red inserters. We just need to be able to reach where we're trying to go. How many wax barrels a second are we making in this whole thing? 0.36. Okay. All right, everything is currently wax barrels, so like we definitely could use more empty barrels in this loop. Maybe. I mean, we've got a few hundred. I'll just have to keep an eye on this and see if the barrels end up being an issue or not. If it looks like we're not getting the honey into these fast enough when there's actually demand on the wax, then we'll have to add some more barrels to the loop, and that's fine. I've got a chest where I can put empty barrels in here. Because, yeah, it looks like we've only got a couple hundred barrels in here. Okay. We'll call that done. Fix standalone graphite build. All right. I believe that's this. Yeah, really by fix, I just meant add prod, I think. Let's check this in. Did I do laboratory instruments last week, or did I do that thinking about doing it last week? We did them last week. Okay, we can close that. We can close intermetallics. Surmet we haven't done yet because that needs, yeah, the high pressure furnaces, although we do have the tech for those. How long have I been sitting on YAFC? Not too long. Okay. What are we looking for? We are looking for graphite. All right. So if we're bringing in, I mean, I guess when we're swapping over to prod modules, there we go. We're still bringing in a belt of coke, still using 9 high-pressure furnaces. We just get the 20% extra output. There we go. That's what I thought. So let's get the high-pressure furnaces for that requested over here, as well as the prod modules. And then I also have in here tier 2 furnaces for graphite in other places. Chromium and fuel rods are 2 that I have listed. If we look at graphite, like we have, yeah, that's fuel rods. This one is defunct and I don't care. This is the one that we're talking about now, just graphite. This one is chromium. 6 of them up here are for green SIC. Yeah, we can add that to the list. And I'm going to say that's my cutoff. Any place where we have 5 or fewer machines, I don't care about updating it. And that is very arbitrary, but like I have to draw a line somewhere. So, chromium, fuel rods, and green SIC. Let's figure out what we need for... We need 9 of them for chromium. We need 8 of them for fuel rods. So that's 17. And for green silicon carbide, we need 5 of them. So that's 22. On top of the 9 that we're already requesting. So 31. Oh, I have to add those to the allow list, of course, because we just researched them. So they're brand new. Oh, nope, they were already in the allow list. Never mind. Are they being made somewhere? Yes. All right, just taking a minute for the bots to catch up on them. That's fine. All right, the other thing I have is update molybdenum. And we can look at that one. I'm trying to, again, get the crafts for a couple of things going at once. But if we find molybdenum here, molybdenum is already on 1 tier of prod. We may as well get it up to now. I don't know. It's not that important, really. But just the same. We grab molybdenum plate. And we want all of these. And we can grab that as a shopping list. These various things here, I think, are for the crucibles and the diamond wires. And then this is going to be for the circuit wafers themselves. Yeah, so we'll grab that stuff and do those builds separately later. It's really just this one that we're waiting for, we can actually cut this number in half because we expect to already have modules. 1 module for all of these. Yeah, ball mills, jaw crushers. Some of this stuff I probably do need to allow list. Agitators, hydrocyclones, thickeners. Let's start going through all of that. Maybe electrolyzers, maybe filters. I should double check those. Electrolyzers are good, and surely I've done filters already. I have not. Okay. All right, so all of that stuff is now allowed to be crafted. Yeah, we're maybe getting to a point where I'm going to need to have more crafting stations, just because, like, there's only one free right now, and that makes me a little bit nervous. Like, we're able to make all these machines because we've got a bunch of the tier 1 machines in storage still from disassembling the old mall. But if we didn't, all of these would be blocked on just, like, one thing that was able to make the tier 1 machines. So I need to expand the auto crafting array a little bit more. And sometime when this system is idle, I want to actually move this module here over to the end here. And that way, when we start copying the whole thing vertically, we're not going to run into this infrastructure here. I built this module slightly too far to the west. But that's a relatively easy fix. I guess while we're waiting for... There's no reason we have to do these things in order. Let's do crucibles and diamond wire right now, because we have all of this stuff to do crucibles and diamond wire. I believe that's what these two builds are. We can double check that in YAFC. I didn't label everything, so, you know, there's that. Crucibles, diamond wire. Yeah, diamond wire is just 2 high-pressure furnaces and a presser pump. Crucibles has some high pressure, some normal, a couple of ball mills. So that's got to be this one. Yes, that looks like crucibles. And this looks like diamond wire. This one says 3 high-pressure furnaces, and I have it at exactly 2. I don't know why that is. And then this is going to be silicon wafers. Oh, this is wrong. I changed my numbers on silicon wafers, and I didn't update this. That's fine. We need 12 of those and 6 of these. And that's a grand total of 28 prod modules. And that'll be fine, because we're still waiting on a tech to be able to do that one, so... Alright, let's do, I wish that I could see this working right now, but... We'll start pulling wax pretty quickly once we start spinning up diamond wire and stuff. No, we're not going to pull wax until the actual silicon wafers. Sorry. So we'll, when we get to the actual silicon wafers, we'll start pulling wax, and then I'll I'll probably have to add some more barrels to that loop, but I don't think it's going to be a huge number. Let's see. I think all of our, like, is all of our lead silver loop just kind of locked up right now on not having silver? Yeah. Because ultimately that's this. All right. I mean, we can start prodding some of our... We can't prod this step. We can prod this step, which might be worth it. And we can prod... Where else do we make soot? That's a question. What does YAFC say? Where else do we make soot? Extra products, desired products, soot. Shale oil? Oh, that's the depolymerized organics route. Yeah. Syngas via hot syngas makes soot. We can't prod any of this, I don't think. Tar quenching makes soot. We can't prod that. Okay, so just the ash void. Let's drop another thing here for that. Solid separator. 3 of those. And 6 prod modules. Which, how are we doing on making prod modules, by the way? They are still running. All right. All right, yeah, we've got stuff to make a few hundred prod modules at the very least, so hopefully that'll be okay as we sort of... We're really just continuing to ramp up production of... a lot of the, well, red chips, really. Everything we're working on kind of feeds into the whole red chips loop, getting everything in that loop prodded, but also mechanical parts, right? And the related parts of the mechanical parts. So that's getting prod into all of those loops. All right, that is... we've got all of our normal requests. Cool. These are going to be pretty easy to build, I think. Both crucibles and diamond wire are pretty small builds. Where do I want to do those builds? I guess here's reasonable. I've been doing a bunch of this, like, smaller support builds here. And I think doing silicon here is fine too, because that'll pull right over to where we've got silicon going here. So let's head down there. We'll call that the place we want to do it. What I should really do Oh, am I out of... Yeah, I'm out. I should probably just put asphalt into the... What do we think? Right there? What is this? Do I care about it? No, I don't. Goodbye. I should probably just put asphalt directly into these blueprints so it's already there. So, if we check YAFC real quick, crucibles are just 3 stations. Yeah, relatively, it's a manageable amount of inputs plus refined syngas. And then diamond wire is going to be the same thing. Yeah, I mean, it wants 5 inputs, which is annoying. But it all feeds... It's all very small quantities. Cool. So this will all run on just like a standard... In that case... I'm going to go a little further east. Because we're going to have the builds on either side of it. Like, these 2 builds are on either side. And I want to have a little bit more space here for whichever of the 2 builds ends up on that side. So I'm increasingly tempted to make some larger blueprints that like help me align my stations the same across multiple builds so that like I can just drop in a like 6 station template and be ready to go. But for now, oh, it helps if I have the right. And also just like make sure that my station templates are, I think some of them are slightly longer than they need to be, which makes kind of lining them up difficult and comparing the different ones. All right, so we're doing crucibles first. We're gonna have fluid drop off, and this is just a single fluid actually, which so rarely happens, but it is what is happening today. And that is refined syngas. Oh. All right, so first step in crucibles is sodium silicate. That's 1 high-pressure furnace, and it is just a couple of these guys. first input is pure sand. And our second one is sodium hydroxide. Let's request both of those here.
Space! Space!
Kowo Bear, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Let me finish up this build, and I'll get you on the Wall of Fame where you belong. All right. So sand and hydroxide feeds into the high pressure furnace. High pressure furnace. You've been following along with my GTNH playthrough. Oh, awesome. So what's our inputs here? Oh, this will pull in just... Oh, well, it helps if I put the modules in. Yeah, 4 and 3, so that's like... I think 2 of these guys... Here, if we filter them, then... we should be able to rely on the hand size to get like 4 items a second from each of them in. I hope. The excavator, and especially the mining hammer, is such a huge quality of life improvement when you're playing Greg Tech. Oh, right. I forgot I installed that mod. Oh, it's so much easier. All my corner pipes are just in place. All right. That's good. Here. If I just pull this over by like 1 or 2, it'll connect, right? Yeah, let's just do that. Our output is a small amount. And then I'm going to do this build the same way that I do. Makes you pretty sad all your upgrades to your original tools aren't going to be as used. Don't worry, you could be like me and lose all your original tools, and then you don't have to worry about upgrades. I mentioned it in passing in one of the episodes, but I died in the nether off camera, and I opened my grave. I forgot that the graves in GTNH, like, throw all the items on the ground. They don't go right into your inventory. And I opened my grave, and a bunch of my tools fell into lava. You're only on Ep 6 because I keep restarting the series so I don't go too far past you. Fair enough. All right, so we've got sodium silicate. That goes into ball mills. Making the silicate powder. And those are, yeah, small amounts in. Oh. Oh no. Oh, the elytra. Oh no. Oh. Oh, what are the chances of that, though? That's like, if that happens to you, you should just go out and buy a lottery ticket. Put the water on the surface of the lava somehow and sealed myself in. Oh, that's impressive, actually. All right, so these guys each bring in 1 sodium silicate. That's fine. Didn't log in for 2 weeks. I wouldn't either. Actually, yeah, let's do these guys here. Because what I'll do is I'll take out... We also need to bring out a little bit of nickel silicon. Yeah, I would not want to log in for a while after that happened. Let's do like that. No, not that one. That one. It's a long name to spell out. I mean, my actual name is just Brannon, the first half of it. Or Bran, if you're feeling like a really short name. Branana, occasionally Branana. I am high in potassium. It's like Mississippi. Exactly. Do I have a preference? Not really. I don't have strong feelings. I think, yeah, exactly. Or aluminum. Just keep adding I's and N's. Eventually it works. You know what? Let's actually do this the other way around. I think I want to do those ones in and these ones out. I'm just kind of playing with this still. Solid drop off. No, solid pickup. Line this up here. So I still haven't blueprinted the aligned sections. Yeah, I don't record the full playthrough of GTNH. I only record what I'm gonna edit down. I kind of... It's too much material to like try to scrub through and edit when you have dozens of hours like of footage. I had tried to start doing an edited version of the Pyanodon stuff, and just going through all of the stream VODs was just too much. So I kind of specifically only But also, like, every episode is really what I've achieved that week in GTNH, right? And I try to only skip. Yeah, 30 hours of cumulative playtime for 3 people is a lot. And, you know, there are definitely some episodes that are, you know, 10 hours of grinding, but it's really just grinding is what I skip, right? It's mining and other stuff. I'm really trying not to skip anything that's progression based. Obviously, there's a fine line there, but all right, it's ad break o'clock. I do try to only run 1 ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'm gonna step away, get myself a little bit of water while the break runs. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we come back, we'll finish getting this build online. I'll see everyone soon. And we're back.
Oh my god,
Oh.
I'm in space!
Thank you so much for the Prime sub to Kowo Bear. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, really happy to have found LGBTQ rep at GTNH. I mean, I think there's a lot of queer, furry, and autistic people that play GTNH and Factorio and all these other games, but you know, it's hard to be openly those things on the internet sometimes, right? And you know, I made a conscious decision when I started streaming to be open about that, and you know, I'm old enough and I've dealt with enough hate and I've gotten used to not feeding the trolls, and I'm willing to just slam down the ban hammer in my chat when I have to. But, you know, it can be hard for people to be open about that stuff, and I'm hoping that, you know, I'm doing my best to be a representative and to be just existing in the open, right? Especially in 2026. Judicious application of banhammer solves many problems. Yes. All right, and a couple of electric boilers for these guys. They get efficiency modules. We've got prod modules in the ball mills and in the high pressure furnace Mark IIs. Nothing in the Mark Is. All right, this looks right to me. Do I have water anywhere nearby? Not really. All the way over here. This probably uses little enough water that I can't... Oh, but those are different pipes. Yeah, good luck with your playthrough. My only advice is, you know, nothing is permanent, and it's always easier to rebuild with all of your fancy new technology than to really start over, right? So if you want to make progress, even if you have to tear your whole base down to do it with the new technology. You know, I was a chronic restarter for a long time, and I mean, honestly, streaming is what really cured me of that, right? Because now I have to make new progress for content. But yeah, I can very much be a chronic restarter, especially if I don't remember what I was doing, or if I go away from a game for a while, I'll just... All right, that's Crucibles. Sorry, I was distracted and yafsy for a second there. I thought I decided that these were perfectly ratioed. 0.24 out, 0.12 in, 0.12 in. And yet... if I bring this up to... Oh, is this something to do with prod? It's almost certainly something to do with the prod ratios. Like, one of these is actually 0.125, not 0.120. Do I need to see more decimal points than what Factorio is showing me here, where it looks like these are actually the same? 0.24 versus 0.12, 0.12. Yeah, 1 every 8 seconds is 0.125, whereas this makes 1 every 5 seconds plus 20% prod, and half of that is 0.12 exactly. Okay, so yes. That is the issue. Also, Factorio rounding 0.125 down to 0.12. Bad Factorio. That rounds up, thank you very much. Okay, that's fine. It's not a huge deal. On the other side of this, though, we can do... It's just something I'll have to keep in mind when we want to scale this up, is we're going to need another furnace slightly sooner than I would like, because the prod ratio doesn't work perfectly. But let's get the next thing done, which is diamond wire. Yeah, it's not even a precision issue on 0.125 as a float either. Agreed. Yeah. I wonder if that's like... Is that even libc? Like, are they using just like format F? Or is this a something Woob implemented? I imagine Factorio just uses the system string formatters for a lot of things, right? All right, so this is kind of a pain. We have 5 input items, none of which we need in like huge quantities. So I guess we just throw it onto 3 belts, and then we'll have a output in. Yeah, that's the easiest way. So we'll end up with like 1, 2... and then a third. Except not quite like that, because the third one will be on the bottom. And then we'll also have our output. So if we do the third one there, we grab our buildings. 3 of them? Why do I have 3 of these? I need 2 of them. What did I do wrong here? I redid some of these numbers, I think, since I copied those into... Oh, this was the larger doubled one, so that's fine. Yeah, just 1 here. 2 of those guys. That's correct. Yeah, I must have changed something with this, because this is plenty of diamond wire, if we check silicon wafers. Plenty of diamond wire. Yeah, maybe I wasn't accounting for some prod stages somewhere or something when I came up with the original needing 3 high-pressure furnaces. Okay, we only need 2. That's fine. And then... Oh, prod modules. Prod modules. No, it's not nickel, is it? It's zinc and copper. All right. Oh, and also, all of this is wrong. Because this needs to be a bigger station. Because we're going to have 5 items that we need to request. So, it needs to be like that. Zinc and copper there. And then one of these can be silicon carbide and industrial diamonds. And the last one is stainless steel. So stainless steel is only half. That goes like that. And we output like that. Inputs are going to be similar. We're going to have a pickup station right here for the wire. That will come right like this and like that. So now we just need to hook up all right, that should be everything. These guys running fine. Yeah, crucibles are going. Our output is going to need power. Oh, and an outserter. Or an inserter. I guess it's going into a building. Although it's going out of the factory. So, is it an inserter or an outserter? Nobody knows. Oh, and vacuum. That would help. Oh, power poles aren't going to work there. That's fine. We can do them here instead. Cool. Now we should be good to go. It's going to take a little while for all the trains. What's going on here? Oh, diamonds. Yeah. Why is this blocked? Diamonds are stopped on something. Sand. Uh-oh. Well, the problem is that everything that makes sand is considered high priority. So we need a way to get rid of sand. And then I'll also need to set up void logic for all of the sand provider stations, which isn't too many. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Yeah, that's fine. We can set up void logic for 9 stations. But what do we do with sand to get rid of it is the question. I mean, there's this, which makes muddy sludge. I don't know if I have a good muddy sludge void, though. I think I do. I think I do have, like, a electrolyze muddy sludge void set up somewhere, but... yeah, there's this, which is a turd that I've been talking about getting for a while. But I think as a void, this one's better. Like, yes, it makes muddy sludge, but we can get rid of muddy sludge. Yeah, we got this. Which is currently not running at all, which means that we have sufficient muddy sludge demand in the base. So yeah, we could set up a sand to pure sand void pretty easily. All right, let's figure out what that looks like in YAFC. Whoops, that's not what I want. I want this one. So we're going to bring in, I mean, let's just start by saying a belt of sand, although whatever. We can do 2 belts. We get 24 a second pure sand out and muddy sludge. Yeah, that's easy. That's just 12 washers. Cool. Let's get a requester chest for that set up. Oh, I don't have solid separators, apparently. This poor combinator is just going to get worse and worse and worse to deal with, and there's really nothing I can do about it. All right, we got 12 of those easily. It also looks like we have everything we need for all of our upgrades to making graphite. So I want to get that done. And this one is for upgrading molybdenum, which we can kind of do whenever. Cool. Let's go grab some buildings then from the mall, and we can go get a couple of things done. I want to run around and do the graphite upgrade, because that's not going to take too long at the places where we have large graphite builds. It's mostly just running around in circles. And then... yeah, that's these two things. We don't have to do molybdenum right now. Molybdenum is really something we can work on if we have time to kill. Getting that prodded up to the new tier. And then, what else have we got? This is for soot. Yeah, ash to soot. Hopefully I requested enough high-pressure furnaces. Let's let the bots fill up my inventory real quick. Let's get the things ash to soot prod. And the other thing we need to do is void sand to pure sand and sludge. All right, those are not what we're doing first. What we're doing first is all of our graphite upgrades. Do I have plenty of rail? I have plenty of rail. I'm not going to wait for the bots. I'm beginning to worry that I did not leave enough space for stations for the mall. We might have to bring in more stations on, like, this side. All right, first one to do green silicon carbide. It's going to have 5 of these in total. Means the last one is gone. There we go. Yeah, 4.22. Done. Chromium fuel rods. All right. I think we go to chromium next. And then we can swing down past the standalone graphite build. And then we do fuel rods last. And that leaves us sort of at the bottom center of the map, and we can figure out where we want to put the pure sand or the sand void. We're going to have to run all over the map, fixing the stations for sand output to handle overflow to the void, unfortunately. I should be better about just flagging any byproduct outputs as potentially voiding. thought chromium was over here. It is. Okay. But unfortunately, I have not always been consistent about that in older builds. At one point, the extra combinators seemed expensive, I guess. Plus, I suppose there's a slight UPS penalty for it. But where am I doing this? Over here. So chromium is going to end up with 9 of these. All right. There we go. The standalone graphite build should be right down here. Yes. And then we can swing around and do fuel rods. Let's just make sure. Yeah, this all looks fine. This all looks fine. What's our total output here? Make sure this is all actually going to fit on one side of a belt. 7.2. It does all fit on one side of a belt. Almost perfectly. And then the last one to do is fuel rods. And fuel rods are going to have 8 machines. Somehow I ended up with 9. Oh, I had extras. I had one extra still from something. I don't remember what, but I remember I had an extra. And then we have some extra prod modules because some of the things already had one module, and we had all the modules we might need. I have been bad about labeling things. 1 second. Industrial diamonds. Down here we have crucible and diamond wire. And then I guess we can do... Let's go down here for it instead of up here. And down here, we'll set up our sand to pure sand void. Because that is, it's only 3 stations, actually, so... I probably have a spot... Didn't I rip something out somewhere recently? I don't remember. I was just thinking that I thought I removed something somewhere relatively central, and I might be able to reuse that train slot, but I don't remember where, and I don't remember what. And I don't think it matters that much for the sand void because, like, ultimately most of the places we're making sand is a byproduct. It's a trickle. So I'm just not that concerned about it. We're going to leave a gap here just because we've got this oil well and stuff that I don't want to deal with trying to route around. And then we're going to have the input will just be the sand. The output will be we're going to have a pure sand out and a muddy sludge out. So, all right. We're going to do a high throughput drop off. I guess it's aligned here. Not that anything is really aligned down here, but whatever. And then a high throughput pickup. And then a fluid pickup. So this needs to be on the V network because it is a void. And it needs to be low priority, but request all the sand. This needs to be a high priority output because it's a byproduct. And same down here, high priority because it's a byproduct. So our input is 2 belts of pure sand, 30 a second. I don't know if with hand size 2, these guys can quite saturate a belt like this, but we'll try it. And if they can, that's great. If not, we'll have to change how we're doing it. We're gonna have 12 washers. Their input is 2.5 each. All right, so that's just a blue. And that's also their output is basically a blue. Before we get too far with that, let's get plumbing as well. Cool. This is going to be 24 items a second, which is actually too much for regular belt. One, two, three, four, five, six. There we go. That's half of them. Input as well. This is a double belt. Oh, I'm out of reds. Shoot. Well, apparently I don't have enough reds in my normal requests. Let's go for a little bit extra there. This train is probably... Oh, there's actually 2 with this stop. Which means we have at least... I mean, this is the only one they could have come from, right? Because this is the only one that's actually set up to void. That's not right. Oh! I know what I did. Is that what I want? I want to disable train stop names. Yes, that's what I did wrong. That's why these look duplicated. Okay, so I just need to replace these stations. That's fine. That's probably wrong in a couple of other places where I've used these blueprints. I was wondering how any trains were coming to this stop. Okay. So I need... Well, one thing I need to just get this... Not like that. Like that. Yeah, like that. That'll do. I need a little bit more red belt for this, and then all the places where we have sand outputs, we need to get set up as voids. And that's going to be slightly annoying to do. But we can copy this. So we're going to have to reuse it in a few places. I saw diamonds was blocked on sand, so that one needs to be flagged. Does tin have a sand output? Somehow no. I get just that? Yeah, I can. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, now we need to go through and we need to find all of our sand stations, and that's going to be kind of a pain. Maybe I do it with factory search. Because this will give me, like, everything. Yeah, but the problem is it won't tell me which ones are inputs and which ones are outputs, right? That one's an output. This one is an output. But this is the one that just makes sand as, like, my backup sand factory, so that's fine. This one is an output. This one is an output that's already set up as a void. This one is an input. This one is an output that I already set up as a void. Input. Output. Input. Output. And this does need to be a void because this is the output of gravel processing. So, like, we're going down the chain of voids there. Input. Output. Input. Sure. All right. So that's everything marked. The problem is that now I have to actually find what all those locations are. How do I do this best? I guess I could just add a tag, can't I? With like you can't really copy tags, can you? Oh well. But at least we have the XL signals, so we can find them all easily enough. This one needs one. That one's done. That one's not. That one's done. And then I'm going to have to try to plot my route around the whole map, see where all of these are, and get them all updated. Whoops. But now if we look at the map... maybe not. Oh, yes, okay, there's one. There's one. There's one. There's one. How many do I expect to have? Oh, the problem is that I have already pasted the settings. Oh, any of these that don't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them. We expect to find 6 of them. All right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That's good. So I guess what I do, I swing by here because I need to get more red belts, and then we just kind of do a counterclockwise, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we swing back to sand processing and drop off the red belts, and then we're done. That's fine. That's a nice clean loop around the map. Oop, I left a bot behind. I'm getting worried about science. We're blocked on Logi. But why? Oh, batteries. Okay. Yep. It still might be a good idea. I forget who suggested this last week, but it might be a good idea to have a secondary, like, have an overflow on silver processing that can run when this whole system is stopped and would pull off, you know, whatever stage it was. This one? Yeah. Just pull this off and make silver plate the old-fashioned way. And that would be like an absolute backup, fallback silver plate processing mechanism to make sure that we always can at least make a trickle. Although we also can always at least make a trickle from... oh, my solid separators never got built. Why? Oh. Well, that's bad. We're out of red chips. That's gonna make upgrading everything to... Yeah, and it's batteries. Of course it's batteries. It's gonna make my plan to upgrade everything to red buildings a little bit of a challenge. We're out of red chips. All right, what are we waiting for here? We're waiting for a few more pipes and a bunch of rail, which we don't really have to wait for. All right, let's go. We've got what we need. I was hoping that this would be done because I could swing by and just drop these off at ash to soot processing and then not worry about it. But unfortunately... batteries are a problem. All right, we did get a delivery of silver to somewhere. I don't know if it came up here or if it went to one of the other places that takes silver. It went somewhere else. Can't even tell where. It it immediately got used. Yeah, all of this is in rough shape. Yep, I think the idea of overflowing silver from the whole system to have a backup source is a good plan. Where am I going? And yeah, this one won't be trying to void yet because it's a smaller amount. That's fine. Over here, we've got one, which I guess was at niobium. Also not going to void just yet. That's fine. The next two are nickel and zinc plate. All right. Let's do nickel first, and then we'll swing back into zinc, I guess. I think that's the way to go. Good. Sand might be the last kind of pretty common solid byproduct that actually needs this treatment that I haven't already been doing. Because, like, stone and gravel already have voids, and they're already set up. Ash has a void. Soot has a void. I think we're pretty well caught up on. And, like, there's going to be random one-off things that are going to need voids that I haven't actually dealt with yet, but... yeah, this one needs to be set up. Because that's our gravel void that's blocked there. So we really need to go get that unbroken. And then I think the last one is like uranium processing or something like that. That looked like it was about in that region down here. Yeah, yellow cake. What is this? Why do I have a geo... oh! I guess I just put a ghost there just to make sure that I could still make... I can put it there and build the rest of this around it. I must have done that on purpose. Yeah, this also has a lot of sand. Okay. But now if we check CyberSyn for sand, we should see that every station that has an exclamation point on it, all of these provider stations, are properly set up. And then some of them even have their void set because they are overfilled. And then when we come over here, we should be able to... why are there no... there it goes. I guess because I rebuilt this train stop, it confused the CyberSyn combinator. So now this is requesting. We should see it. And we should see some of these start to... Yeah, there we go. 8, 12, 16. Yeah, awesome. That's going to start issuing lots of deliveries, which is going to turn into pure sand down here, which is a high priority out. So that will just be run instead of our dedicated pure sand builds. It is ad break o'clock again. As always, I run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water while the ad break runs. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, posture check, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we're back, we'll figure out what the next thing on the list is, which might be hand delivering some things just so we can keep rolling forward. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. Did I connect water to the sand void? No, I did not. I sat back down with my glass of water and saw that this was still very much not connected to water. So let's get that done. At least it's easy. Oh, right. I have automatic. All right, so let's make sure that this looks like it's keeping up. Not quite. All right, that's fine. So we need like 4. So we'll do that. That should be more than capable. There we go. You know, every once in a while it blinks. But you know what? It's close enough. I'm not worried about it. And then we expect this to average slightly less because it's 24 items a second out. And then we make a lot of pure sand intentionally, like just not as a byproduct. So hopefully we'll just end up using this instead of that, and we won't have any issues. The muddy sludge I'm not sure about. I think I do intentionally make muddy sludge somewhere. Yeah, and it's running. So if this build is running, then that means we are in a muddy sludge deficit. So this should be able to get used. Maybe not like fully, but it definitely means that the muddy sludge void is not over capacity because we're not voiding. All right, I'm assuming we're still blocked on red chips here. Yes. And if we look at the current state of the world, yeah, we're blocked on batteries again, which are prodded, but you know. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the red chips that we currently have here, and I'm going to hand deliver those to the mall, just so that we have some available for the buildings that we need for everything else we're doing. And then we'll go ahead and we'll also do silver overflow. If we grab our lead and silver build here, I believe it's here. Yes. If we want this to run... Yeah, it's just one... Just one... Oh, I could do an electric furnace, couldn't I? Or an advanced foundry from heat. I usually just use gas furnaces. I don't have an easy fuel over here. Well, I might. Let's find out. Do I have fuel anywhere over here? No. I mean, something I'm bringing in might have fuel value, but that's different. What does making an electric furnace even look like? Yeah, we can just make an electric furnace. I don't care. That's simple enough. But that'll need the red chips brought up top. What is that? Oh, I just don't have any repair packs in my inventory. That's fine. When the oil wells pop, they damage themselves and surrounding infrastructure. And I just never have repair packs on myself for my bots to actually fix them. So, what do we need to do? We need to request one electric furnace, which I need to add to the allow list. And that should be it. The bots should do everything else as far as, like, the red chips go. I mean, I could figure out which of these red chips are supposed to be in and throw them in myself. There we go. The bots should handle the rest of it now. We should see... Yeah, those are en route. And the electric furnace. Everything's en route. Everything's en route. And actually... maybe now is a good time... Well, as soon as these few things get built, I had said that I wanted to adjust the positions of all of these things and move them around. So we can do that, I think. Because we're gonna be clear very shortly. Everything's gonna be built fully. So we can do that and maybe even double them up. All right, that one's done. And this one is running and done. Okay. So what I want to do is from like here over. We're going to cut all this, which feels very scary. And then we can paste it all aligned to like here. All right. Let my bots build a bunch of this. Hopefully none of these will latch into, like, unfortunate states. I don't think they will. Oh, I ended up with a bunch of bots. Okay. All the bots are dealt with. Now what I should be able to do is paste this, like, I mean, it would be like here, right? Except I need to make sure that we're properly... All right, so if I paste this here, this will be disconnected from the rest of the system, and that'll give me time to update all of these omega combinators, which is each unit's, like, ID number. I like that we're using the mall to make the mall. That's fantastic. That's delightful. So, like, how many do I have here? How many modules is this? 10. So if that's 1 through 10, then this needs to be number 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. And 20. And I think it's going to take a minute for the bots to catch up on all of this, obviously. So I think we missed... Oh, no, we didn't. We got the power there. It's fine if those bridge power across. That's whatever. As long as they're not bridging signals where they shouldn't. So once all of these guys are built... it looks like most things are already completed. We're not making the ghost scanners. Let's get that into... Does that just need to go in the allow list? Why are we making warehouses? But oh, because I have warehouses in my in here, which probably got used by the system. So now it's trying to restock everything that belongs in there. Okay, that's fine. That is the bots working as intended, actually. So yeah, we're just waiting for those ghost scanners, and then I can hook up this whole set of factories. Does seem like copying and pasting, all of these did okay. None of them are latched into weird states. At least as far as I can tell. One of them is latched trying to make... That's funny. Of course it's true that one of them would be latched like that. I just hadn't even considered it. It's this one. This one is latched trying to make the electronics factories. And it can't. So I'm glad that I'm making more of them. The reason it can't is because we don't have the tech for it. And what I should do is remove it from the allow list. Until I have the tech, I guess. That's probably a good general principle, is to not have things on the allow list if we don't have the tech for them, because they will take up slots and can't actually be assigned. Do I remember where the feedback loop is, though? Like, which of these is the latch? Is it this one? Or one of these? There we go. Yeah, now this unit's freed. Alright. And now I think we can hook up the second set of these. Let's do green first, because green is what's currently being crafted, and then red. And then... we say that our max is now 20. All right. There we go. Now we have 20 of these that should be able to just do their thing. We should also be able to grab the stuff for... yes, this one. So let's, what does this look like? So let's do silver first. We'll add the whole silver processing bypass system. I don't remember who suggested that last week. Someone did, though. And then it's actually running right now. But it would be like right here would be the bypass spot. I'll put priority left. And then electric furnace here. Which needs what? 2 items a second? Okay, that's fine. And then that, I'm gonna do this a little bit weird. We're gonna put it into a different, do I want to do it that way? I guess it just needs to come down here and be merged in with, to the rest of this chain, but just with lower priority than everything else. I was thinking that I would send it to a different station as like a low priority output station. But instead, I think we just do like this. And then we prefer this side. And we filter this here. Cool. So what that should do is if, oh, and of course it's coming in on the wrong side. Want it on the other side of the belt. Yeah, I want it to be on, well, on the east side of the belt, but on the left side of the belt from the inserter's perspective. And I forget which side this inserter is going to try to put this on. The wrong one. Okay. That should do the trick. That'll end up on this side. Yeah, where it'll merge with these. then... Yeah, this is the overflow from silver processing to lead processing, so that's also fine. Cool. So this should allow us to keep getting a trickle of silver in the case when we don't have fuel rods, is really the situation that we would care about this. But since we do have fuel rods, all of this should be rolling through just fine, and this is never going to run. And that is just fine. Okay. Yeah, and we're actually making silver at a decent clip now that we have fuel rods, although how long are those fuel rods going to last? Not long. And to make more of them... Oh, they're actually still being made. Okay. Awesome. Wow. Okay. I'm not mad about that. So... I mean, obviously, to make more lead containers, we're waiting on antimony. But if we check... Yeah, I don't know the last time this ran. But it's good to see the loop actually closed on its own on silver. I've been eagerly awaiting that happening. We're still not all the way there yet. We're still waiting for the Dow froth, which is ethylene glycol, which is silver, but seeing this actually running and spitting out a lot of silver very quickly is making me happy that we might not have to babysit this for much longer. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of silver consumers, and they have all been starved for a long time, so it's just going to take time before this is able to really catch up. But between the fix to now get a trickle in the bypass processing case, and then also I'm going to go add prod to where we're doing soot to silver. That both of those should help with our overall kind of ability to maintain a trickle of silver in the cases where the loop is having trouble. And if we're lucky, that'll be enough, and it'll get itself back to a stable state. I do expect it to be able to get to a stable state. I've talked about this before, but we do have... oh, right, I can't prod this stage. I have to prod the ash stage. That's right. I'm like, wait, why do I only have 3 of these? And the reason I only have 3 of them is because they go here. Obviously, if we're not getting ash, we're not getting ash, and there's nothing we can do about that, but... How's ash looking? I mean, that's the void. There's a lot of ash in this base. So yeah, we're gonna cross the threshold and start probably cross the threshold and void some of it. Maybe not though. Because each delivery is like 20K. What's this doing? Why does it think it has... Because it's missing a 0. Yeah. We actually might be low on ash, which means we're never actually going to run that ash void, and those prod modules aren't going to help. Now that I'm looking at this more closely, like, whatever this is... Soda ash regeneration solution, which we can prod. I don't know how... This is probably just like buffering, because it's a... I mean, it's not a new build, but it's a relatively new build, and we recently set up several builds that pull from it, so those are all going to be filling up buffers. And then this one, ash and moss. It's got to be trees, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's bad. 2 of those, in fact. There should be 2 of those. There are 2 of those. Okay. We might need ash. Didn't think I was going to say that, ever. I'm surprised that we're not, like, overflowing more coal dust. Yeah, that's our low priority coal dust. We don't want to be voiding that. What's this one? Red Hot Coke. Oh, this one should be allowed to void. Yeah, okay, this is wrong. I need to go fix that. Where am I? This way. Because, yeah, the coal dust from Red Hot Coke definitely needs to be allowed to go to the void station. Otherwise, we're going to block coke production on coal dust, and we don't want that. And yeah, as soon as that crosses 10,000, that will be able to void. Okay. So that was one that was wrong. I'm looking for any others that are provider stations that don't look like they're set up correctly. This one. What is this? Void biomass to coal. I don't know why I have this. I mean, presumably because... Didn't I have a, like, biomass to ash, though? Weren't we doing that? Oh, yes, but I did this before I made myself more just coal, I think, because I was like, oh, I can do it more productively with the biomass, the blah, 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 blah. All right, we're going to turn this off. And then up here at our biomass to ash, because we need ash, right? We're not making enough ash. So we'll switch this back to normal. And that should start sending more biomass to the biomass to ash system again. Because I think we have plenty of coal capacity. Although this does need to be set properly as a void. Same here. Ash to soot. This needs to be set to be voidable. Okay. Are there other ones? That's the question. So that's ash to soot. Then... Nope, those are the two. Okay. The coal dust byproduct from ash to soot and the coal dust byproduct from, well, I turned it off entirely, and maybe I should just set it to a slightly lower priority instead of having it off completely, but the biomass to coal. Maybe I set that to like... set biomass to coal to the normal low priority, and then I set... or sorry, biomass to ash to the normal low priority, and set biomass to coal to like double low. Yeah, I think just because this one is close to a lot of other places, it has never ended up being triggered as a... It hasn't filled up. It's always getting picked for... What's the word I'm looking for? Closeness reasons. Proximity. That's the word I wanted. And then over here, biomass to coal, coal dust output. And then, yeah, instead of doing this, let's make this priority -2. Still on network V. And then the one up here, biomass to ash, is priority -1 on network V. Okay. So it'll try to deliver excess biomass here, and then if it can't, it'll take it down to coal. And that way, we're getting more ash out of the system. Cool. That is good enough for me on those things. We're just waiting for... We're still waiting for that tech to be able to do all of our circuit upgrades and the silicon wafers. And that tech is almost certainly still blocked on batteries. Yes. Batteries are going to be still blocked on lead antimony alloy, all the usual suspects. Yeah. At least we get prod on the lead antimony alloy into batteries now. What are my options for... Woo. For batteries these days? So this is what we're using, I think. Which is 4 lead antimony alloy to 4 batteries. This one's 1-to-1. 6-to-6. Okay. This one just uses way more, but that's not what I care about conserving. So there, I don't have a better recipe from a lead antimony alloy perspective. It's always 1-to-1. Which is fine, I suppose. How's silver doing? All of this is still running. Which means that this should not be running. Ooh, and we did get more fuel rods. So, like, it's chugging along. It's really trying. And I'm impressed at how hard it's trying. Yeah, okay. So we've gotten... Actually, we did get a delivery up to make... this is... ethylene glycol. So that's good. Yep, and we're getting a delivery of ethylene glycol. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, and this one is stopped, which is probably a bad thing. Yeah, and that's stopped because the rest of glass is so screwed up, which is a different problem. A problem mostly related to fuel issues, although we seem to have mostly stabilized on the fueling front. It's still very tempting to do fuel oil moondrops for the whole base, and then stop using things as fuels as a, like... Words, sorry. Stop using things as fuels as our sink for them and build dedicated sinks instead. But for now things are working, and that's a big build, and I don't think we're gonna get to it today because we got to get to botany stage 2 and moondrop stage 3, right, before we can even look at that. But yeah, hopefully glass will figure itself out relatively soon. Yeah, I mean, we've still just got a lot of pent-up glass demand. Not that much pent-up glass demand, though. Now that I look more closely. So that might catch up And then once the glass plates, I guess, for lack of a better word, catches up, all of the rest of these things will start running more consistently. Although glass core is actually starting to back up, so that's good. That'll buffer, you know, all the way up this belt before it's done, but that's fine. Because that means we're probably on like our last delivery of silver to glass core for a little while. And that's one less silver consumer. Petri dishes should be starting to back up. Yeah. The real question is, when this drops below 1,000 silver, is there going to be another silver delivery ready for it? And the answer is probably no, because I bet that silver delivery is going to go somewhere else. One second. Okay. Silver plate. Yeah, because we're still sitting on a fairly large request for glass. So we're going to at least get that last delivered to glass, which is going to slow down the next delivery to ethylene glycol. But if glass is finally saturating, then we'll do pretty well here. Okay. What can I do that's on my to-do list? Really just molybdenum at this point, huh? All right. I don't actually really want to do that. It's just something I figured out I could do while I was waiting. As far as other things that are proddable, I can go around and look for things that are proddable, but I've prodded everything that uses silver, and I've prodded everything that uses antimony. So we're kind of, well, I could go through and I could recalculate all my sciences, right? We can get everything here up to, although that I think is in, no, we need Research Center Mark IIs to do all the sciences. So no, we're not going to go through and recalculate science either. I'm not sure what to work on right now, to be honest. Silver's looking good. Has antimony turned back on? Have we gotten everything processed all the way there yet? Yes. Good. Oh yeah, it just started again. Look at that. Cool, cool. And then I'm assuming antimony oxide is just a disaster if I was to... Yes. Surprisingly, there are a couple of places that are not immediately requesting it, but for the most part... What's this? Oh, nuclear. All right. I probably need a system here to bypass plutonium-239 out of the system so that we still produce plutonium-238 for nuclear samples when we're not consuming the 239. because I don't think that I accounted for that when I set this up. So that is something to consider. Is I think that's just like an overflow splitter here to another array of however many deposits it takes for plutonium 238 to decay. 239 to decay, rather. And let's see, what's the decay time? 401 hours, 40 minutes. How many of these a second do we make? Let's figure this out real quick. If we go to nuclear samples, 0.6 a second. All right. So if we remove that here, and then we add plutonium-239 spoiling at 0.6 a second, 868,000 slots. Okay. Each deposit is 16,000 slots. So that's a lot of deposits. That's 55 deposits. I don't want to do that. But yeah, we're already super backed up on plutonium-239. Look at that. So then the other question is, can we... I mean, yes, we can make more 238 from it, right? Which seems to break the whole system. I think we're just getting some numbers rounded down to 0 here. No? Oh, probably I need to have... There we go. I just have to unlink the plutonium-240. Because, yeah, this thinks we're going to need a little bit of extra plutonium-240, but... if we prioritize sending it to this neutron capture, rather than... oh, otherwise we're just sending it to spoiling. Okay. I mean, that's already going to help, though, just to get rid of some of the 239. But what this is saying is we actually need to make... yeah, we need both of these recipes to run when 239 is over full. Okay. And basically, this is the original run all the neutron capture setups. Well, apparently except for this one, which we don't need. So yeah, if we have too much 239, we need to be running these ones as well. So we'll look at that when we come back from the ad break, I guess. We're gonna have to recombobulate some of this. But hopefully that will let us what am I trying to say? Will let us keep making the 238 even when we're backed up on 239. And that should be fine. So I will see. Oh, ad's running already. My bad. I'm gonna step away for a second, and when we're back, we'll work on that. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I let the ad break sneak up on me while I was knee-deep in YAFC here. I think this is the compromise I want to make, like, with this whole setup, which is a combination of spoiling, but we only need one thing to spoil in. We only have 8,000 slots here. And then looping through neutron absorbers. So we should be able to run when plutonium-239 is backed up a little bit, we start to run it through neutron absorbers. And then when it's backed up a lot, we spit it out to get spoiled. And this whole system is still gonna back up a little bit. But but it only has to be able to run fast enough to what am I trying to say? It only has to be able to run fast enough to supply the plutonium-238 when it's in this like failure scenario. So we can, it's okay if everything slows down a little bit. So I, unfortunately, even though I'm like right at nuclear, I do have to go up to the base because I need to grab a couple of, what are they called? Neutron absorbers. And then once we grab those, we can come back to nuclear and get that system kind of sorted. Hopefully I have enough space down there to route everything that I need to route. Because the 239 just takes too much time to decay for us to just shove it all off to the side, so we do have to rebalance the system towards 238 when 239 is backed up. And if I'm lucky, this won't take too long to make. I was hoping we had a couple of these in storage, but I guess not. So we do have to just wait for that one to get made. Oh yeah, we have an army of bots en route though. Did I ever grab the tech for... I did. We should really switch to these at some point. I think we have everything we need for them on, maybe not Nexolite plate. I may not have ever put Nexolite plate on here. We have most of what we need for them on the bus portion of the mall already. And they're just a nice upgrade. So that's probably worth thinking about at some point. Nexolite power poles. Yeah, I think I've got an issue, and maybe I just have to tie all of these guys with read hand contents into the same network that this goes into, where we subtract the contents of this from our requests before they go into here. Because probably there's just a few frames here where we've taken it out of here, but it's not in here yet. And therefore we haven't... It'll get redispatched, and you can see that bots keep getting dispatched, right? There's 4 on the way. We have an extra one for Nexolite. It doesn't happen every time. It only happens some of the time. But It's definitely a bug with the modules. But like if it's single digit bots that are going to bring an item to the mall and then give up and turn around and go home, do I care? I don't know. Maybe. Here we go. The one bot bringing the last Nexalit plate up to the... up to the assembler here. All right, there we go. So yeah, because this only has to be good enough to run itself at a lower pace, I think we're going to be okay with just a couple of... I'll do 2 deposits. I'll do an extra. We shouldn't need 2. 1 should be enough. And I might also need some... Well, I'll look at it. I'll try to figure out what I actually need to do to get all the pieces working smoothly, like when it's in this degenerate state. So... because, yeah, we're full of plutonium-239 right now. And 242, which is looping. And that's fine. That's doing its thing here. And ultimately, it's turning everything into more plutonium-239, right? Which is the problem. So... when we are over full on plutonium-239... we want to... we're going to need 239, and we're going to need the 240. And those both run when 239 is greater than, like, a couple of stacks backed up. Similarly, this now needs to only run when 239 is below that threshold, because we don't want to be voiding the 240, we need it to convert the 239. How do I do this best? I'm sure someone on the internet has solved this already. I want the sum of all of the plutonium types. Which, like... can I do that with, like... a decider? So if we output everything... All right, here we go. Arithmetic combinator. Input each times 1 output number. There we go. And then this runs when number is less than, like, I don't know. Actually, it shouldn't be hooked up to this. It should be hooked up to this. And this one, too. All right, so those will stop running when this is overly full. Now, these guys should... Which recapture am I doing? What does Yafsi say? 239, 240 to 238, 242. This one. Now, this needs to... potentially loop back around, which is silly, but we're going to do it. And then the outputs of these guys... I was going to say put on this belt, and that should be fine, except I need to get... You know what? This is fine. We'll do this. I don't love it, but it'll work. And this is just going to take a while to, like, reprocess the 239 down. Normally it would turn on earlier in the process, and we wouldn't let it back up this badly. So it is what it is. And then, yeah, this generates a 239 and a 240 from each of these, right? And then we turn both of those into a 238 and a 242. And then the 242 either gets looped back around with more 241, or it just gets output to be decayed. And then I don't know if I even need to deal with any of the 238 spoiling, technically, or the 239 decay. Because we're going to have enough. As long as I have this gated at a high enough number of slots, like this will fill up to whatever 10,000 total items. And a bunch of that is still going to be 239. It should just fill up a little bit more slowly. But the 239 can just sit in here, right? We'll kind of always be sitting with like 8,239 in here. And then this system will turn on and kind of fill it between 8 and 10,000 items as it kind of goes. And I think that's probably fine. Because that needing that much space for 239 to decay assumes no demand for 239 at all, and that's not what's happening. What's happening is just that, you know, fuel rods are stalled right now. So this is hopefully balanced enough that it just keeps 238 coming out, and that's all we need, right? We're making too much 239 and we're turning it down into 238. And that'll keep making nuclear samples. And I guess I could make a couple more of these neutron absorbers just to, like, loop more of the 239 more quickly through the whole system, but I don't think it matters all that much. We might have to manually, once we use up the 241 and the 242 in the loop, we might have to manually feed in some plutonium 240 here. Just to because we've been voiding all the 240 while this filled up with 239, they are not correctly ratioed. So this might end up sitting here at, you know, 10 stacks of 239 and no 240. And that's because we hadn't turned this off, right? Earlier in the loop. Because what should happen in this case is that we actually want to use all of the 240 for converting 239 once the 239 starts to back up. So that might be some hand delivery. I mean, I could do it from here, right? I could hook up a signal and send a belt of 240 back into here when 239 is backed up. That seems like a lot of work. Maybe I do that, though. Like... Let's do this with a decider. Oop, I screwed something up somewhere. There we go. Decider. And we're going to say if 239 is greater than 240, output check mark. And then this will run when check mark is 1. There we go. So now when we're low on the 240 in this loop, we're going to try to send more in. We'll bring it back from the void if we need to. Which will probably be the case. Because this makes more 239 than 240. This spits out an even ratio from this reprocessing step. So... This will just push 240 back into the system to just fold the 239 back down into 238. All right. And then at this point, we're out of 241. Well, not quite, but pretty much out of 241. So the 242 is just going to loop. The excess 242 is just going to loop because we don't have enough for this to trip and output here. Because I have that set as a threshold rather than a... What this runs is this says, if 242 has been accumulating, just get rid of it, right? Because we always make a little bit more 242 than 241. Yeah. So even if we get rid of a little excess, a little too much 242 at one point, we'll make up for it eventually. So it doesn't really matter. We don't have to be super careful with the 242 overflow. Maybe I should put a few more neutron absorbers here just to help it move a little more quickly when it's in rough shape like this, because these are pretty slow. In theory, 2 is enough. YAFC says 2 is enough to, well, 2 is enough to maintain the amount of plutonium-238 we need. It's not necessarily enough to do anything more than that. So maybe we throw 2 more in. There we go. We're just, we're accounting for the plutonium-240 that's on this belt now as, like, part of what is considered in the balance of the whole system. Obviously, there's still way too much 239 in the loop, and that's breaking it, but... yeah, let's just make a bunch more neutron reflector, neutron absorbers. It's not going to hurt to have too many if they don't get used, but it will help it recover from the current situation that it's in if it's a little oversized. And, like, all of this will change as soon as we have another need for another plutonium isotope, right? Just, like, right now, this is what we can do. And then I'm going to park myself in the mall with this neutron absorber request. And while we're waiting for the bots to catch up on that request, I'm going to go and do a pass at sort of absorbing all the, observing silver and antimony and all of those things. Just see where we're at with everything while the bots get caught up there. So silver here is still going strong. We are almost out of fuel rods, though. Does look like we've gotten some antimony deliveries, which is good. Obviously, we're still way behind on most of the things, but This one in particular is... Oh, hey. Cool. The lead antimony alloy. And that's one of the ones we need to keep an eye on. How much of this are we making, by the way? 3 a second. All right. And that will feed batteries. I don't know what's next to be fed, if it's batteries or if it's fuel rods or if it's something else, but it'll be one of those. Yeah, once this runs out of fuel rods, it should... Well, we'll get to see it try to do its fallback thing. Silver plate demand-wise, it looks like we're getting a delivery to... Oh, hey! So we got a delivery to... Fetal serum. Cool. It does look like silver is kind of actually running, which is great to see, actually. I'd really prefer to see ethylene glycol, you know, running more consistently, but I mean, it helps when soot to silver is running consistently, and you know, those extra silver deliveries from soot to silver are really going to help close the loop on silver processing. This one is also almost ready for a delivery. And, like, we're going to be sitting here with a load of silver that we actually don't have a place to send it to very shortly. And that is cool. I'll take that. Because if we can start to actually buffer even just a little bit of silver. What's going on with the silver lead solution here? Yeah, that's hooked up off this overflow. Okay, so these are running. I see. Lead ran recently, so all of the intermediate lead steps are still running to refill their buffers. So this silver step's not going to run. It's just molten silver that's running right now. And that's fine, because just the molten silver is more efficient than this use with very expensive fuel rods. So all right, so that's actually looking really good for silver. This should have a delivery of lime on the way, maybe. Ooh, are we running out of lime? Didn't I just look at lime? Maybe I didn't. This looks very... Okay, well, this is a void for shells. That's not the lime I want to look at. Where's my other lime? This one? Oh, all right. Well, this might be a coke issue. We might still be running a little short on coke, like in the base overall. Like, yeah, this is nice. This is running, but it's not going to be running much longer. And I'm not seeing... I'm not seeing trains that are very close yet. So, yeah, this is going to run dry on coke. Okay. Well, at least that's fixable and is not part of, well, it's going to start blocking closing the loop on silver and antimony, but it's not like the critical part. And this doesn't actually use that much lime, so it's okay if it waits a little bit for its delivery. Other things that use lime might be more critical, and I might have to spend some time with them. But, like... that's looking good. I'm assuming the Dowfroth 250... oh, Dowfroth 250 is even currently running. And we just got another ethylene glycol delivery. Cool. I think... I don't want to jinx it, but I think we're finally good on the silver loop. Like, I think we've done it. The only other thing to watch out for then is down here. We're like, yeah, we're running. And yes, our antimony oxide demand is going to be a mess for a while. But... what even is this one? Vitrolloy, of course. The everything alloy. Wow. We have, like, no vitrolloy. So yeah, things like this. Like, we have iron excellent antimony special alloy, but, like, vitrolloy hasn't caught up. You know, if we check over here... brakes are running. They don't really have much vitrolloy buffered. So... but brakes are almost done. And when brakes buffer fully, then vitrolloy will start to back up, and that'll be a little bit less antimony demand. So... getting all these things running, like, consistently has been so hard that... what am I trying to say? We're seeing a lot of higher draw than we will long term because the various lots of things that should be full buffers are empty, and they all have to fill up before the overall demand drops, right? So, like, gearboxes and shafts, still super screwy. But other things, right, like brakes are pretty much caught up. Control panels are pretty close. Utility boxes are good. Control panels are batteries, which is also antimony, right? So everything is blocked on antimony, which had been blocked on silver. So getting the silver antimony loop to close has been the critical thing. And, like, it's closing, right? Like, this is good. This is more than a train's worth of silver just sitting here, which we have not had in a long time. I can make circuit for it after I have a train worth of items, change priority for splitter. Yeah, I could do some of that, but I don't think it's anything that I would change the priority on a splitter at. I mean, I can also change the priority of the train stations with circuits. But, like, for the most part, these are things that I want the buffers to fill up on anyway. Like, I want to have enough mechanical parts to bury a small village, right? Because they're something that I just want on tap whenever I need them. And they're intentionally made slowly, and I want them to accumulate to large amounts. It's just that when they're not running at all, they're not accumulating. So, you know, I do want these buffers because these are slow processes. I just thought these buffers were going to be full 200 hours ago. Yeah, iron nexide antimony special alloy. I don't have a better way to make that, do I? No, we never get a better way to make that. And it can't be prodded. That's just mean. Oop. Is this running? No. Oh, the coke that comes into this station is for... Oh, that's awful. Why did I do that? I guess just the number of stations, or the number of slots in the stations. How are we doing on the Dow Froth? This wants more deliveries. It's always going to want more deliveries. Well, not always. It should be able to catch up, because we can make it faster than we can consume it, as long as ethylene glycol is keeping up. And then ethylene glycol will keep up as long as silver is catching up. Well, and apparently also lime, which... Oh, this did get a delivery of lime. Okay. I probably do need to think about coke being an issue. I'm curious if ash has resolved itself. Maybe. We do have ash here now, it would. I mean, that's one of the voids. That's fine. We are still requesting... It looks like the only stations that don't have all the ash they need is logs. So that's not terrible. Yeah, and this is still running. Not fast, but it's running. It gets the occasional delivery of biomass. So that will continue to supplement our ash production. Coal dust, yeah, is voiding as well now. Which we weren't actually seeing before. Cool. And what else have we got? Yeah, lime was a problem because coke-in was a problem, and that is still a problem. So I might need to look into that. Other than potentially more red hot coke somewhere else on the map. I think we're looking good. Ethylene glycol, more silver. It got silver before it ran out of silver. I'm very happy with that. And this should be just about to get a train dispatched as well. Excellent, excellent. Overall silver demand is looking good. All right. Glassware is still broken, but that's not a surprise to anyone. All right, we are... We are slowly catching up on glass. Once this one is full, we'll be in a better place. Plenty of fuel. That's good. Yeah, glassware is just still way behind. Petri dishes is fine. Optical sets is whatever. Glass core is fully backed up. That's good. And if we check the rest of, like, glass core processing down here, iron niobium coating, this should all be fully backed up as well. Yeah. And this is all prodded. And then on this side with trits, where we make the optical fiber. I mean, we're running it, but it's also fully saturated. Okay. Yeah, this is going to back up shortly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Cool. That's really good. To see a variety of our silver-based demand, like, actually catching up. Yeah, fetal serum is probably going to take a hot second to fully catch up, because that's used for vat brain cartridges. And I imagine... No, we're not. We're blocked on brains. We are requesting them. How close are we to a brain delivery? That's a sentence. That is one of the sentences of all time, in fact. We're getting there. We're getting closer to a brain delivery. I think the only thing that needs brains is vat brains. I think it's the only, like, direct primary requester of brains. So this should go right there once we get another 5 dozen of them. 60 of them. I don't know why I would say it that way. And then, yeah, antimony is still doing what antimony needs to do. It's going to take a while for the antimony, and especially the lead antimony alloy, to catch up through here. And then batteries as well. But I did double check in YAFC that, like, we make enough lead antimony alloy and we make enough batteries, and, like, we're good there. It just all has to run consistently long enough for all of these things to actually catch up. Which is easier said than done. But, like, in theory, once some of our antimony backlog is handled, and I'm not sure how much of the antimony backlog we expect to see. Let's double check this in YAFC actually. Let's close some things we're done with. We don't need to look at Surmet now. That's part of upgrading circuits. If we look for ingredients, let's look at everything that uses antimony oxide, and let's just see what are we balanced or not? So we make 4.5 and we consume 0.68, call that 2, 3.5, 5.9, like 6.7. Okay. So the answer is no. We don't make enough antimony. But like some of this is halted already. Next to antimony special alloy is not running. Mech parts 1, I mean, yes, is pulling almost all of its antimony right now. Nexilid antimony alloy might be halted. Yeah, that's saturated. So 2.4, 3.9, 4.5. We're sitting like right at 4.5 right now. And vitrolloy should start to buffer shortly. And I think once that happens, we will be in a place where we're making enough antimony for like our overall actual demand. When brakes buffer, and then, which they should be almost doing here. Yeah. Brakes will buffer, and that will back up into vitrolloy buffering. And that'll back up to antimony. And it's going to take a while for that to happen, obviously. But that'll get us back to antimony mostly working. Same with batteries, right? Like, and that's a big part of our lead antimony alloy demand is batteries, but like we've got a bunch of pent up circuit demand that we're barely meeting, and that is going to feed into a lot of excess battery demand. But once all that starts running consistently, then it'll all buffer. This is the worst case scenario, and in general, it is the case that the worst case scenario is always right when you are recovering from a failure or a bottleneck, right? Because you have a bunch of empty buffers that need to get refilled. And we've very much been in that with silver. And I think we are finally past it with silver. Just barely. And then that will help us get past it with antimony, right? Having more buffer for all of the silver products. And then once we're past that phase with antimony, we're going to be in hopefully better shape. Again, it's that interdependent loop between two things that we kind of barely make enough of. that we really have to watch out for. We definitely could build more antimony. Like, that is also an option. Maybe at the lower tier. And maybe that's something to think about, is just doing an antimony 1 build again. Which is, you know, less efficient, obviously, but... and doesn't give us the, whatever we need here. This stuff. The antimony pulp. Which is used for circuits, by the way, right over here. So, like, we need to keep antimony 2 running, but we could try to reduce the dependence on silver in the loop if we really, really have to. I'd obviously prefer to keep using the more, well, it's more antimony efficient. Is it more efficient overall? I don't know. Certainly it also helps keep silicon unblocked if we're pulling antimony from this build, right? Yeah, alright. Coke is a problem. We need more red hot coke. I'm going to add that to the top of the list. Double red hot coke. Copy the build to the other side of the map somewhere? Question mark? Alright, and that'll be the first thing we jump on next time, I think, is getting more coke done. Like, this build is really straightforward, actually, for us to duplicate. Like, copy and paste levels of easy. So we'll, I guess I could... We'll get that done first thing next week, and hopefully that'll help with some of the bottlenecks we're seeing, especially if antimony's having trouble running. That's a problem. So we got to keep antimony fueled. Bitumen process for coke? Maybe. I do that somewhere. But red hot coke is easy, and I know I have lots of coal available. So, like, I don't necessarily want to mess around with more bitumen stuff. Although this is stopped. Why is this stopped? Oh! It's not red hot coke that's the problem. It's coke oven gas. I thought I made a void for this. I did, it's just not fast enough? Wait, 4 to 8? Yeah, that's not going to work. Why did I think I could get away with just one of these? Alright, well that's part of the problem. I mean, that's not a huge bottleneck, 428 out of 500. But also, these can only process like 50 coke oven gas a second. And I don't know how much we're making just from red hot coke alone. $66. Okay. So I think I want, like... We're going to change that to-do list item because it's wrong. Increase coke oven gas processing. Double COG input capability and fix flue gas bottleneck. All right, that's the to-do list item for next week. Because I think that's what's blocking our coke. Or not next week, next time. Thursday, probably. I'm going to wrap it up here, though, for now. Thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. I stream Pi at 1 p.m. U.S. Pacific time, most Tuesdays and Thursdays.